In plain view, over and over. Speed up to is far from over. In plain view, over and over. Join me to gaming's not over.
しい未来を描くイメージはひまわり心を開いて My dream 前を向いて青空を見ている私ひまわりのように咲き出し夏になりピカピカの太陽元気いっぱい笑顔の魔法青空を見ている私ひまわりのように咲き出し夏になりピカピカの太陽元気いっぱい笑顔の魔法不思議な感じ
In plain view, over and over. Speed up to is far from over. In plain view, over and over. Join me to game is not over.
しい未来を描くイメージはひまわり心を開いて My dream 前を向いて青空を見ている私ひまわりのように咲き出し夏になりピカピカの太陽元気いっぱい笑顔の魔法 しよ未来を描くイメージはひまわり心を開いて My dream 前を向いて青空を見ている私ひまわりのように咲き出し夏になりピカピカの太陽元気いっぱい笑顔のまま
2013 was a major year for video games. The PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 had overstayed their welcome, and consumers were looking for the next big thing.
Is it too late in its life cycle to get a PlayStation 3, and should I just wait?
It was the perfect time to announce the next generation of PlayStation hardware, and Sony did just that.
This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
While on the surface, this may have seemed like just another console launch. It was only 2 years since the infamous hack of the PlayStation Network, 1 year since the Vita failed to set the market on fire, and over 6 years since the launch of the PS3. For Sony, this needed to be a home run. On this episode of IGN Rewind, we'll be taking a close look at the launch of Sony's 4th PlayStation console and dive deep into how the PlayStation 4's launch would set the groundwork for one of Sony's most successful video game endeavors yet. This is the launch and reveal of the PlayStation 4. Rumors of the next generation of PlayStation started popping up online via LinkedIn job postings.
They found the CV on LinkedIn of a guy named Attila Voss. He worked at PlayStation for about 14 years, starting in 1998. And what's interesting on his CV is that he worked on something called the next generation PlayStation. He worked on PS2, PS3, Vita, but he worked on this thing he only calls next generation PlayStation. We don't know what that is, but we assume it's the next generation console, PlayStation 4.
While numerous industry experts were speculating and discussing why they wanted a new PlayStation, there wasn't any official confirmation from Sony regarding a new console.
Rumors hit the internet about the PlayStation 4, Sony's next home console. Very exciting.
What's a code name?
Codenamed Orbis.
Oh, that's a hell of a name.
Woo!
That's a thing.
Now, there's the rumors have a few details to them, including the CPU and GPU, which I don't think are as exciting as a couple other pieces of information, including the fact that it apparently will not play PlayStation 3 games. Whoa, there's going to be some sort of restriction placed on the system's ability to play used games. Now, we also heard that there's a potential holiday release for 2013. So with all that said, Colin, true or fake?
It's probably true, but I don't know. I mean, so we did reach out to Sony, of course. We talked to our people there. Their usual line when they don't want to tell us anything is we don't comment on rumors and speculation. PlayStation 4's controller seems to have leaked, Scott. And,
yes.
And these are very exciting times. Now, the story comes by way of Destructoid, who posted a picture. This is the picture, but we'll have a better version of it, obviously, appearing on your screen, of what looks like a PlayStation 4 dev kit and a PlayStation 4 controller. And a source indicates to IGN that that controller is 100% real, so there is no speculation about it.
That speculation wouldn't last too long, though.
And here we go. Sony will be making a big announcement on February 20th, and all signs point to it being the PlayStation 4. PlayStation.com is advertising a meeting to be held on February 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern, along with the invitation, See the Future.
We believe that PlayStation 4 represents a significant shift from thinking of PlayStation as merely a box or a console to thinking of PlayStation as a leading authority on play. This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
Today, Sony held a special press event in New York City and they had tons of huge announcements for us. Let's get to it. First off, the big one.
The PlayStation 4 is official, and it's coming as soon as holiday 2013. It will have an x86 CPU, 8 gigs of system RAM, and what Sony is calling an enhanced PC GPU and a supercharged PC architecture. It will be capable of running gorgeous Unreal Engine 4 games and even have millions of objects moving in real time on the Havoc engine. You'll apparently be able to turn off the system while playing and pick up where you left off just by turning it back on. Dedicated always-on hardware puts a huge focus on social functionality, where apps on Vita, smartphones, and tablets allow you to chat even when you're away from your PS4.
But we didn't just get to see the new console. Take a look at the new controller.
It's officially called the DualShock 4. It has enhanced rumble, reduced latency, a small touchpad, and a light bar to track its movements. It also has a share button, but more on that in a bit.
Not gonna lie, that looks pretty hot to me.
I'm Jamin Hatfield, host and producer here at IGN. You may recognize me from such shows as GameScoop.
What was the hype like around the office when the PS4 was initially announced? So pre-E3 when they had that PlayStation conference, and then the controller leak like a week before.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit, it was a little bit muted at that point. It was like I said, sounds great on paper. It's the next PlayStation, it's more powerful, easier to develop for. Cool, sounds good. It was as things started to fall apart for Xbox. You know, it's just these, you see the first party platforms, they rise and fall, they come and go, and going into PS3, Sony had gotten cocky after 2 generations dominating the industry, and then that bit him in the butt. And then you see the same thing happening with Xbox. When you watch that reveal of the Xbox One, it almost seems like they don't even think of Sony as a competitor anymore. Like they want to compete with Amazon and cable companies and Comcast. So the whole reveal, there's very little talk of video games during that reveal. There's talk about how it's going to be the center of your entertainment living room, and you're going to run your cable box through it, and it's going to change the way that you watch sports. And it's probably going to require an online connection, and you can't trade your games, and you may not even be able to play used games on it. So it's like, what? It sounded worse and worse the more we heard about it, and that just made the PlayStation 4 sound better and better and better.
Yeah.
And then, of course, like sort of like the death blow was E3.
This is going to be a bigger than normal E3 with a lot of focus on next generation consoles.
E3 2013 was an electrifying conference because not only was Sony showing off their new console, but Microsoft was also showing off their new Xbox. Even though Microsoft's press conference was aired before Sony's by a few hours, the reception of their event was received in a less than stellar way and ultimately led to diminished sales and a major blow to their brand's reputation. But that's another story for another time.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. Later that evening, all eyes were on Sony and the PlayStation 4.
Like an hour, and we're like, yeah, this is okay.
We got called back here at an hour, and Dave and I were like, it's been a solid conference. I'm waiting for the knockout punch, and then they just came out and beat the body to death. Like, I mean, it's 6 years, 6.5 years I've covered PlayStation for IGN. I'm so used to them coming out and just screwing it up.
I know.
And they're coming out, they're like, no, we got this.
Oh my God.
E3
E3 2006, they screwed it up then.
Oh,
when they
yeah,
announced it. $600.
$599 US.
Oh my
God.
I don't know. So where do we begin?
You have to. It was backloaded. This whole thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like
they were teasing us the whole way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
exactly,
I loved
it. You wanted more.
I wanted more.
They showed a hell of a lot of
Oh my God. Yeah.
Bombshells were the price.
The biggest question on everyone's mind was saved for the end of the conference. Everyone wants to know, what's it going to cost? Sony revealed that the PlayStation 4, which arrives this holiday season, will be priced at $399 US, 399 euros, and 349 pounds sterling. 20% less than the Xbox One. Damn.
The most notable thing to come out of the entire press conference, besides the console itself, wasn't an announcement for anything Sony was selling, but a direct shot at Microsoft Xbox One's always online DRM.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks. This bold jab at the competition was what Sony needed to hammer its gaming-first messaging and solidify its player-first stance for the next generation of consoles.
I think they handled it as pretty. They took that probably as far as you could without being like distasteful.
The PS4 reveal was a massive success, and Sony managed to not only reinvigorate the PlayStation brand, but also amplify the competition's confusing messaging around its next Xbox console.
There were lots of people who gave their opinions on that issue to my Twitter account before E3. It's not that our hardware policies are decided strictly based on user reaction like this, but when we were thinking about what we had to bring across and how to bring it across, it was a very useful source. Considering how Sony referenced the feedback Microsoft had received towards the end of its conference, it appears that even if the backlash didn't dictate what the Japanese company decided to do with the PS4, it was happy to capitalize on the negative reaction. SCE Japan Asia President Hiroshi Kawano added, "As of now, I feel like we're getting a very positive response. For this system, we made a list of what people expected from us, debating over each point, with user feedback forming the main basis for the list. The software makers are also telling us that they feel like they really make some fun stuff with it. A new platform always provides the basis for new forms of play, so I'd like to see it connect to a revitalization of the marketplace."
It's the fact that I think for E3 and what E3 is designed to be, PlayStation won it. I think Microsoft had better games. I was more excited about their game lineup, but only because I already knew they came out and showed like updated versions for PlayStation games, right?
Sure.
And I was like, that's awesome. And then what I got excited about the PlayStation was the price, and then standing up for gamers like we've talked about, and doing all these different things. This
is the time more than ever where you need to win on policy, because a few years ago Sony announced the PS3 and they said it's $599 US, and people said no. And had they said yes, game consoles would forever be $600+, but they weren't. And we changed that, right? And we spoke with our wallets. And this time around, Sony said, we're not gonna do the used game thing. We're not gonna rip people off. And they stopped that dead in its track. And if you're doing that, you're an ass. Right. And you're ripping people off. And that's the tone they set. And that's more important than any game in the world. The games will come later, but if the platform doesn't rip you off out the box, it's a good place to start.
In those first party conferences, there's always sort of a level of like one-upmanship, and they're always trying to outdo each other. But that year is like, I've never seen any of the first parties be so blatant in their like thumbs up to Xbox. Like Jack Tretton, just they addressed deliberately the fact that their console was not going to require any sort of online connection. You can trade your games, you can play used games. They're just like they hit every weak point that Xbox had sort of revealed for themselves.
Yeah,
Sony took advantage of.
The excitement around the PlayStation 4 was nearing a cult-like status. Thanks to its well-received E3 press conference and effective marketing campaign, Sony had positioned itself to become the console leader of this new generation early into its launch window.
And then, of course, on launch day, it was like, there was so much more excitement. Like, we have a video on IGN about this mass unboxing of PS4s in the office, because pretty much everyone in the IGN office had pre-ordered one. Let me just say, I don't think we had enough people to do a fun video like that for the Xbox One.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Greg Miller, and our personal PS4s have arrived here at the IGN office, but everybody's so excited we all wanted to do an unboxing video by ourselves, so we said, hey, we'll do it all at once. You guys ready? Yeah! All right then, 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody?
There it is. We got the controller right here. Let's take a look at the DualShock 4. A little bit of a depth.
So nice and
got
the handle. You know I like the handle.
have the Watchdogs guy here. Monthly PlayStation Plus. So the best part about this is that if you hook it up to your TV right now, you'll be able to download the latest firmware and make sure you get
console.
in time.
That's different than college, but I would want to know personally.
PlayStation 3, it didn't really have a built-in headset, so nobody was ever talking in PS3 multiplayer games.
It's very, very nice packaging here that you can see.
The wobble, the infamous PlayStation 4 wobble. It's because of these little dots, but don't worry about it, it's okay.
Most important,
An authentic quick start guide.
but then it also comes with a controller. Oh my gosh, we got the same thing! That's why this is the most revolutionary console ever made, since the GameCube at least.
And this is the world's best HDMI cable because it came free in a box.
Okay, well I'm going to do an in-depth walkthrough of this power cable now, starting at one end. So I'm not sure what this end is for.
The console looks pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
It's got the glossy
Small
top, it's
disc.
kind of got a matte.
I love what they've done here.
There you have it, folks. The PS4, it looks great. I'm gonna go make out with this man. Some of us have to get back to work.
Well, that's the unboxing of the PlayStation 4.
It was very entertaining as a gamer to watch, and it was exciting to cover as an IGN employee. So yeah, I don't think I have no notes.
The launch of the PlayStation 4 was lightning in a bottle. The system was well on its way to becoming one of the best-selling consoles of all time, topping the original PlayStation at over 117 million units sold at the time of this video. Thanks to some smart marketing and one of the most effective video game press conferences to date, Sony was able to revive the PlayStation brand and launch one of the most successful consoles ever.
Thank you so much for being here. Good night.
We have a good 100+ bases right now that are ready to be deployed. Now that it's giving coverage from other platforms, it really just sent us to the moon.
Back in 2021, we released an IGN inside story about the PlayStation Home fans refusing to let it die, where we took a look at a few different homemade recreations of the short-lived but much-loved social space for PlayStation 3. During this documentary, we met Nagato, a content developer working on Destination Home, a non-profit project attempting to revive PlayStation Home and restore the social hub for future generations to experience. The restoration of PlayStation Home was extremely ambitious. After the original social space was closed, not only was the service lost, but so was its data. Home wasn't on a disc or on a cartridge, and you couldn't play it offline. It lived completely within the servers that are now gone forever. That didn't stop Nagato and the Destination Home team from dreaming big though.
Even when it closed, I was trying to conceive there's got to be somebody out there with the same interest. Home was such a great game. Somebody got to be smart enough to figure out how the client server works from the actual console to the server itself. So few years later, voila, here I am.
At the time of our documentary, the team, after cobbling together their cache data, had built a working version of Home, but it was a purely single-player experience, serving more like a walking museum than a thriving social hub. In its infancy, the idea of having an active and public server, you know, the whole point of Home, was simply a pipe dream. 2 years later though, that dream has made significant progress. The Destination Home team have created a working online experience and are several steps closer to fulfilling their thriving social hub fantasies. I reached back out to Nagato to not only talk about the development of the journey since we last spoke, but to also test out the playable version of PlayStation Home that's restored by its fans. This is an Inside Stories epilogue.
I just remember just spamming hello, and I'm like, this is insane. This is insane. Like, I just remember being in Discord with the development team, and it's just like a resurgence of emotions that happened that really gave us even more drive, I would say.
In October 2022, Destination Home finally launched its first closed beta for its biggest supporters and contributors. What you're seeing right now is actual footage of PlayStation Home being played online with other fans, over 7 years after the servers were shut down for good. It's by no means a complete package, but it is a landmark achievement for Destination Home.
What's functional now for closed beta is our ability to have cross-region compatibility. We have found it a way where we could take like European spaces, Japanese for example, and put it into basically just like one massive server, if that makes sense. We've enabled purchasing features in terms of not like really purchasing store content. That is still to come, but if you had like original clothes and stuff like that, we inputted that in.
To be clear on this point, Nagato uses the word purchasing as a substitute for freely acquiring items from the old purchasing system. Destination Home has always and will always be a non-profit project. There are no microtransactions at all.
If you had your original PSN account and you bought stuff live on Home, all of your items, as long as it's been donated to us or we archived it, your services that you purchase will basically be alive. I don't know if you can see on the screen right now, these clothes that I'm wearing, I purchased way back in like 2012.
Destination Home is religiously committed to the idea of recreating the entire experience. What you're seeing right now is their first toe dipped into the Central Plaza pond. But their plans for a full recreation, they're big.
We are currently right now for a closed beta 2, have like 13 spaces that we've hand selected from feedback from our members. Overall, we have a good 100 plus spaces right now that are like ready to be deployed.
Back in 2021, the Destination Home team's data pool was limited. Collectively, they combed through all of their PS3s for all the stored data that they could find, soliciting whatever local or cache files any Home fans had left on their dusty PS3s, with the goal of being able to reverse engineer and restore the code.
At that time, we were on 1.00 client or 1.0. We basically went through many iterations to get the last client working, both on PlayStation 3 and RPCS3 emulators. During that time as well, we successfully obtained about like 300 plus unique caches through, various means of like data capture. So during your video in IGN, we just had an influx of people just coming in the Discord or DMing me through Twitter, Reddit, even PSN. They found my PlayStation Network, just donating data. So all of these things combined has really advanced the project to a point where now we are ready for a closed beta 2.
By Nagato's own admission, the documentary helped. More eyeballs were now on the project, and with that came more hardcore PlayStation Home fans generously offering their cache data.
After the IGN coverage, it was really a big boom. I know right now, haven't checked, I know there's at least 8,400 people in the Discord alone. Even guys like Wario64 retweets my stuff sometimes. So now that it's giving coverage from other platforms, I'm able to restore data faster because people are wanting to donate. It really just sent us to the moon.
I saw this love and support firsthand in the comments section. Overwhelming nostalgia and support for the thought long-lost social platform. However, not everyone was convinced that PlayStation Home needed to return, with plenty of the audience pointing out the existence of modern alternatives, primarily VR chat. After bringing this sentiment up with Nagato, he immediately began to make a passionate defense for PlayStation Home.
The thing what I would say what Home has is like a nostalgic factor, right? People remember Home based on like their events, like FIFA Arena where they had the 2010 World Soccer events. They had E3 stuff. Whenever they played home, they were like, oh man, I remember when I was in middle school and E3 came out and I won this little award. We have a sister project called PS1. People still play SOCOM. People still play MotorStorm. We have like, you know, people in the lobby, Warhawk, just still playing those old games. So virtual worlds now are going more into the NFT, cryptocurrency kind of sphere. So for me, a lot of social worlds, when they bring that element, it kind of obfuscates and, you know, minimalizes their player base. When home is kind of like, here, if you like Little Big Planet, we got stuff for you. If you like MotorStorm, we got stuff for you. If you like Nagato and just want to play Dance Dance Revolution all day, that's for you.
Also filled with a similar level of nostalgia, I, perhaps naively, could see Nagato's point. PlayStation Home always felt like it had a level of sincerity. It always had that feeling of a place that was built purely to bring fans of PlayStation games together. Modern metaverses can feel cynical from the outset, appearing to use your love of a franchise to manipulate you into spending more money. As I say these words, the logical part of my brain tells me that there was no doubt intent of this kind from Sony. But at least in terms of what was presented, PlayStation Home always felt a little more wholesome and cleaner than that. And a good chunk of the audience, perhaps through their rose-tinted PlayStation Home nostalgia goggles, tend to agree.
I see many people leave nice comments about, you know, how home changed their lives. I know people literally met up on home, have kids now. I know people who have longtime friends on home. Even I still talk to some longtime friends here and there. Just honestly seeing the community's respect for the project overall is something that gives me the drive to do it. I mean, you have companies like Facebook probably dropping millions of dollars, billions of dollars on certain projects to kind of emulate what home did. It was always Sony for me. They were too far ahead for that time. Same thing like the Vita, same thing with home. I mean, you had these really extensive, cool projects that now have a big market.
I believe the metaverse is the next chapter for the internet.
With a successful closed beta in the can and a second on the horizon, it feels like only a matter of time until PlayStation Home is once again accessible to the world. So I had to ask, can they see an end of this restoration project in sight?
I would say no. With a project like this, of course, we would want a 100% snapshot of how home has ran. Well, I feel like there will be a time where home has become so stable that we've hit maybe like production level. We're ready to deploy for everybody on Discord. It's been running fine for 1 or 2 years after the closed beta test. I would say yes, but overall, just kind of one of those things where the ball is always rolling, I would say.
Inevitably, with any online project, particularly one developed by fans in their spare time, there was the elephant in the room that we'd yet to discuss: safety.
For me, I do not want my project, and because I know a lot of fan projects go through that, I want everyone to have fun on home. I don't want nobody to experience any form of bullying. That takes the fun out of gaming, and I think honestly, people game for one reason: to have fun.
Nagato reassures me that the team is working hard to make sure moderation will exist in Destination Home. But after working so hard on a restoration project, do they ever think they'd be tempted to expand the platform and maybe even develop their own content for it?
Yeah, no Last of Us minigames, no even though Gran Turismo space would be nice or anything like that. That's not the true sense of home. If it came out, that's our motto, we put it in. If home actually had bugs and glitches that broke the game, that stuff we'll fix too.
When I last met Nagato, I asked him what his ultimate goal was. What would be the moment he could pause, reflect, and be proud of what they achieved? His answer was sweet and surprisingly modest.
Ultimate goal is to get an online client working for the PlayStation 3. Once I see another person in the lobby and I say hello and hello, we can actually say hello together. That's something our team, that's the day.
Considering they'd achieved this and beyond, it felt like it was time for a new ultimate goal.
When we actually had non-developers and regular people play our game, and we seen them take all screenshots and post it on Twitter or in the Discord, or literally seeing that resurgence of happiness, that's when I would say it'll be the day. We had it on a small scale. We had like maybe 10 people to lobby, but really seeing a ton of players. Like you go to Sodium, there's like 24 players in this. Konami, Dance Dance Revolution, and you see me and I'm trying to beat everybody in the game. You know, seeing people with their original clothing items, to have people, you know, enjoy that, that's the day.
If you'd like to get involved with Destination Home, be sure to join the Discord server. And if you like this video, please check out our other inside stories about gaming communities, including the weird and wonderful fans still playing Fallout 76, and the Final Fantasy VII fans that are desperate to resurrect Aerith.
If
If you can't enjoy gaming, you're in some sense being left out of the conversation. Your friends are all playing, and if you can't participate, you're kind of socially disconnected from them. Project Leonardo, with the help of the community, with the help of accessibility experts, has been realized today as the access controller.
私を含む全ての人がプレイステーションのゲームを楽しむためにコントローラーが必要で、このコントローラーも全ての人に楽しんでもらうために作りたいと思いました。
It was incredibly important to us to create an accessible controller, as we were really aware of a lot of players in the world who couldn't use PlayStation for a variety of different reasons. In order to get around this, they themselves had modified hardware, used third-party solutions and other ways to be able to interact with it. And it was very clear and obvious to us that we needed to do something to sort this problem out.
The first step was to try to figure out what we didn't know. Not being disabled myself, it was very important for me that we try to learn and understand what it was we needed to solve for. To get this right, we really need to engage the community. We really need to be talking to experts in this field to advise and guide us on what challenges we need to solve. How do we go about solving it? And we spent a lot of time consulting with experts such as from Able Gamers, from Stack Up. They're a military disabled veterans organization with special effect over the United Kingdom. And they lent us a lot of insight into key challenges that were preventing people from interacting with a standard controller. In consultation with the community, in consultation with experts, we went through very extensive prototyping phase, a much longer prototyping phase than we typically have, across 3 continents, gathering data.
There was certainly more team effort and collaboration with the Access controller, more so than any other project that I've worked on. In our user testing lab in Tokyo, we have a viewing room, and in that viewing room there was always a member from industrial design or interaction design or the various other different departments involved in the project. Having this level of collaboration with the user research was incredibly important. It can't have been easy for the teams to sit in that viewing room and watch their designs get taken apart every day.
ユーザーさんの語っていることを聞くっていうのもすごく大事だったんですけども、彼らの行動を観察することをすごく重要視しました。なぜその行動がうまくいかなかったのか、なぜ操作ができなかったのかっていうことを、その解決策が見つかることが結構多かったと思っています。
ハードウェアとしてはプロトタイプを何種類も作りました。その都度ユーザーさんにテストをしてもらって、で評価を聞いて、でそのフィードバックに合わせてまた次のプロトタイプで改善をしていくといったことを何度も繰り返しました。
Because it was a new concept, there was a lot of understanding of the target user first. My design partner, he's really good at creating high fidelity prototypes.
プロモーションムービーのプロトタイプとかも作って、実際にユーザーテストをする前に、その PS5 で操作する前に、そういうプロモーションムービーを見て、情報を見てからやってもらうとか、より現実的な環境でユーザーテストするっていうのを準備してました。
When we actually got the user test results, our assumptions were wrong. And so taking the raw feedback from the target users really influenced how we think about accessibility and the user experience around that.
ユーザーの方に見ていただいて、ここが使いやすいよとか、逆にこの構造だとここが使いにくいとか、指が入らないので物が取れないとか、そういう使いやすいとかのフィードバックをもらって、どんどんブラッシュアップをしてきました。
One of the greatest challenges with working on the Access controller was trying to synthesize results from such an ubiquitous device. You have all of the different hardware buttons, you have all of the different software options, as well as the accessibility conditions and the various games that people use. They could be using it with a DualSense, or they could be using it in the pairs. The amount of different configurations that were out there was overwhelming at first.
お客さんの数だけデザインのタイプがあると思っています。というのは、お客さんが自分でカスタマイズをして自分の好きなアクセスコントローラーを自分で作り上げてもらうということです。正しいデザインの形というのはないと僕は思っています。私がデザインするときに注力したのは そのどのような組み合わせになってもそのデザインの美しさっていうのを損なわないような、そういう組み合わせに対応できるようなデザインっていうのを考えました。
We wanted to provide a unique accessible controller that helped solve 3 key challenges. You didn't have to hold it to use it. It was much easier to press buttons that were all organized in a single plane, and had a lot of thumbstick repositionability and flexibility. And we want to deliver all of that in a controller kit that you could customize and adapt from day one out of the box.
基本的に円形をしていて、その一端にアームがついてます。円形の真ん中にはセンターボタンという一番大きいボタンがあるんですけど、その周辺に8つのボタンが放射状に並んでるんですね。このコントローラーは方向についてもお客さんが自由に設定することができます。上も下も右も左もお客さんは自由なんですね。なんでどのように置いても同じようにボタンの配置が操作できるように円形にデザインされているんですけど、その時にそのボタンの特徴だけを変えることでお客さんが自由な方向に置いてその場所で一番適切なボタンの配置っていうのをつけられるようにしてます。
フラットボタンっていうのをまず僕らとしては標準と定めてそれを用意したんですけど、実際一番ユーザーさんに人気があったのはピローボタンっていう枕のような形をしたボタンキャップ、それが一番触り心地だったり使い心地がいい。スティックキャップと高さが近くなるんですよ。そうすると手の移動距離が短くて操作できるっていうのが、そういったフィードバックがユーザーさんからありまして、それが大事だったんだって気づかされましたね。使いやすいスタイルっていうのがそれぞれあると思います。で、机の上で使いやすい人もいれば膝の上で使う人、それからそういったアンプスマウントで車椅子で使う人っていう、様々あるので、そういったのも生活スタイルの中で本当により快適に使えるっていうオプションとして、用意してます。
One of the biggest challenges for the UI was explaining this complicated product as simple as possible. We started off with a lot of text. No one wants to read text. So we tried to use 3D animations as much as possible so that the user can focus on the movement of the controller rather than reading.
買ってきてつないでもらったら、まずは初期設定でいろんなボタンの付け替え機能だとかスティックの長さ調整だとかそういったことを 3D モデルのアニメーションを使って、そこだけじゃなくて、初期設定が終わった後も自分が好きなタイミングでそういうボタンカスタマイズとかできるように設定にもそういうメニューを置いていて、スティック感度の調整とかもできるようにしていて、もう本当にソフトウェアもそうですけどハードウェアも合わせてこう一から全部自分で作り上げられるみたいなコントローラーになってます。
We wanted the entire experience from the time you purchase it to be accessible, going all the way to the packagings of the unboxing experience's design to be openable with one hand, for example.
普段の商品にはつけてないんですけど、今回丸い穴を開けて、指を引っ掛けられるような構造を追加したり、シールのカットの部分に関しても2箇所丸い取り付けれるんですが、これは右手でも左手でもユーザーさんがどちらを使ってでも開けられるようにした方がいいっていうのをチームメンバーで話して今の形状にしてます。
The greatest challenge so far was getting our foot out the door for this type of product.
Seeing players who had never used a PlayStation before suddenly being able to actually use it via the access controller and the subsequent joy on their face was something I would certainly remember for a long time.
これで終わりじゃなくて発売した後もどんどん改善していこうと思っているので、ユーザーの皆さんのフィードバックっていうのをすごく楽しみにしています。
PlayStation's new Pulse Elite headphones promise to raise the bar on features and quality when it comes to over-ear headphones, but they're a fair bit more expensive than the standard Pulse 3D headphones. So, is the upgrade worth it? Sony has not shied away from avant-garde design in the PlayStation 5 era, and the Pulse Elite headphones are no exception. These look unusual. They're not so bad when viewed in profile, but head-on they give your head a bit of a domed look. The swooping lines on either side of the ear cups feature the only manual controls on these headphones. On the right side is a microphone, and on it is a single button that toggles mute. It also has a light that turns red when you're muted, which is helpful to remember that your team can't hear you. You can also toggle mute from a PlayStation controller. Nice little touch. On the left side are inputs for a headphone cable, which is not included, a charging port, the power PlayStation Link button, and a volume rocker. More on the Link button later. The lack of manual controls makes sense since Sony clearly envisioned you using this headset mainly with a PlayStation. When connected, the PlayStation's on-screen interface gives you a ton of other customization options such as sound mix, access to a customizable EQ, and more. All of this is great. One option that is confusingly not located in this menu is side tone, however. Oddly, side tone, which is very important for headphones with great noise isolation like these, is not mentioned anywhere on the box, nor is it in the main PlayStation 5 audio interface where you interact with the headphones. Instead, you have to separately navigate to the audio section of the PlayStation's main settings and scroll all the way down. Before getting to sound quality, there are a few notes we want to make about using the Pulse Elites. PlayStation Link is the name of Sony's technology that lets them immediately connect wirelessly to either a PlayStation Portal straight away or PlayStation 5 if you use the included USB dongle. I know. Once that dongle is plugged in, it's a single tap of the power link button and you're connected. The range is pretty good too and outperforms several other headphones we've tested. Secondly, just like with the Pulse Explore earbuds, the Pulse Elite headphones feature a type of wireless multi-point that allows them to connect and play audio from two connected devices simultaneously, provided one of them is a PlayStation. The clear use case in mind is having the headphones connected to your phone and your PlayStation using Link. You can't, however, use this feature to connect to two different Bluetooth devices at the same time. While yes, it can remember those devices and switch between them easily, it will only ever be connected to one of them at a time. We mentioned the good passive noise isolation and want to elaborate. These don't have active noise cancellation, which is fine because the isolation is so good. They are also very comfortable, and the material Sony chose for the ear cups is soft, plush, and it doesn't get too hot even after wearing them for 4 or 5 straight hours. Next, these headphones feature two ways to charge them. You can either plug a USB-C cable into the charging port located right next to the power button, or you can hang them on the included wall mount, which has a USB-C port on the bottom that connects it with a power source using the included cable. Convenient. The top of the headphones has the same kind of contacts found on the bottom of a PlayStation controller, which allow charging while they're hanging. We prefer the wall mount solution since it looks cleaner and it's easier to attach and detach the headphones. The headphones promise 20 hours of battery life per charge, but they seem to be even better than that in practice. We played for a 4-hour session and that used just 10% of battery life. Go into it expecting 20 hours, but hey, don't be surprised if they give you more than that. The Pulse Elite headphones take advantage of Sony's recent acquisition of Audeze and integrate that brand's excellent planar magnetic drivers. These sound very good for a wide variety of use cases, but are especially good in gaming. Thanks to their outstanding detail reproduction. The one thing to note is that you aren't going to get the typical rumble or bump that comes with bass-heavy headphones. Instead, the Pulse Elites feature a more tightly controlled bass that sounds more natural and won't come anywhere close to rattling your teeth. The bass blends well with the mids and highs to give you, as the listener, clear audio that is perfect for when you need to know exactly what a sound cue is and where it's coming from. Mixed with the PlayStation's spatial audio, these headphones sound incredible.
Somebody order some water!
Much to our surprise, the headphones actually sound very good for listening to music, albeit without a booming bass. While listening to the Pulse Elite headphones is great, those you're talking to won't be nearly as impressed. The microphone on these headphones has a pretty narrow and muddled quality to it, which can best be described as how it sounds to talk on the phone. Yeah, I know. What the microphone does have going for it is Sony's AI-based noise rejection technology that does a remarkable job and only letting your voice through. The PlayStation Pulse Elite headphones are true to their name and provide top-tier performance across most of the areas you're going to care about. The audio quality is spectacular for gaming, they're very comfortable, and the battery life is excellent. If you can get past a weak microphone and unusual design, their excellent usability and great sound quality make any other headphones hard to recommend for the PlayStation 5 at this price.
I'm kind of lost. I'm looking for Silent Hill.
find a good spot, we can get things set up and ready to go.
I can now die knowing that I've blasted bubbles of honey into the air using an elephant's trunk, jumped up on them to reach the top of a triple stack of chickens hiding in eggs, and then sucked the yolk out of said eggs using that same trunk. In other words, I can now die happy. For 30 years, Sony has given us a vast library of top quality PlayStation games, but there's never been a mascot platformer among them to rival the heights that Nintendo's Mario regularly reaches. Crash Bandicoot tried, Jak and Daxter had a decent run, even Knack had a go, bless him. Now though, a true contender has arrived. Packed with dozens of colourful levels and experimental abilities, Astro's latest outing thrusts him onto centre stage, joined by a supporting cast of PlayStation's past heroes to provide hours of pure joy. Bursting to the seams with charm, Astro Bot is an inventive, nostalgia-fueled platformer of the highest order. If 2020's Astro's Playroom was like a museum, albeit one with fun playable exhibits, Astro Bot is like a theme park, throwing a new thrill at you around every corner and after every double jumped gap. It doesn't always deliver the bonkers creativity that drives the likes of Super Mario Galaxy and Odyssey, but that's hardly damning criticism when swings of that size are rarely taken outside of Nintendo's walls. What developer team Asobi has designed here though does successfully evoke the spirit of those great platformers, by birthing novel stages full of visual flourish that never cross the line into becoming mere novelties. A handful of the many standouts are a time-bending casino, a Japanese bathhouse-inspired level with a humorous sponge system that's soaked in fun, and a smart level in which the floors and walls dynamically shift depending on whether a day or night button has been pressed. That last one in particular features a fantastic use of 3D space, while also feeling like a page torn straight out of the Fez playbook. Astro Bot really is the video game equivalent of venturing through Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, a delightful concoction of experimentation and joy, just without the child endangerment. Chocolate death pipes and fizzy lifting drinks are instead swapped out for sinkholes leading to treasure and an inflatable friend who helps you reach floating platforms. It even feels like some popping candy has smuggled its way into your controller as it fizzes and pings away, sweetly reacting to whatever is happening on screen. Astro Bot is a showcase for the DualSense's bells and whistles unlike anything since, well, Astro's Playroom at the PS5's launch. Triggers tighten in your fingers and rumbles are sent through your thumbs. Raindrops tickle your palms, and I found my whole body involuntarily drifting from side to side as I guided Astro's ship with the motion controls. And while there's nothing to quite rival the GPU earworm of 4 years ago, despite the best efforts of a giant singing tree, the music is a consistent delight throughout. That soundtrack scores levels that seem simple at first, but soon unfurl themselves to reveal tantalizing depths and secrets. Most are fairly linear, but some go the extra mile and are enjoyably knotty, providing sandbox-like areas to hunt for collectibles in. There's never the openness found in the large by comparison Mario Odyssey levels, but enough nooks and crannies to get stuck into nonetheless. There are even whole extra levels to find within levels, with warp points hidden like buried treasure that jet you off to new locations in the Lost Galaxy. I'm a big fan of this Russian doll structure and the way it introduces new lands. It ensures a constant supply of surprises throughout Astro Bot's roughly 9-hour duration. And some of those biggest unexpected treats are the new powers that Astro gets along his journey. The basic movement of our little robot pal is great, with his jump, double jump and hover hitting that sweet spot between floaty and finely tuned. But it's the temporary abilities that come with each level that make things truly exciting. The twin frog gloves are a particular favourite, with their sticky tongues flinging out to provide a grapple swing option. They're also spring-loaded, meaning any incoming projectiles can be sent back from whence they came, exploding in an enemy's face. I also very much enjoyed the mouse mechanic, which reduces you down to a super small size, effectively turning on Toy Story mode that lets you clamber up oversized shelves and leaves in search of secrets. Even powers from previous Astro adventures are reinvented to great effect. For example, the Monkey Climber is an evolution of Playroom's climbing ability, but the assistance of a small robotic ape with huge hands this time means rocks can be hurled and ground pounded to great delight. Laurels are never rested on either, with new ideas and gadgets introduced right up until the final encore. Although some mechanics are reused a little more than I'd like, when such powers are recycled in later levels, they're thankfully recontextualized and given slightly new uses. Outside of bosses and mini-bosses, there initially doesn't appear to be a great range in enemy types. Sure, some are coated in different colours of paint or dressed to fit in with their surroundings, but they are all vanquished via the same few fundamental jump and hit combos. Later on though, the design book opens up and introduces some of my favourite foes. Those include an anthropomorphic playing card that flings a hand of clubs and spades your way, which you can then jump on to make your way towards the enemy to deal a killing blow of your own. Much friendlier faces can be found frequently though, over 150 of them in fact, as characters from PlayStation's vast library of games have made their way into Astro's world in the form of other bots. There are ones you'd expect, like Lombaxes, Tomb Raiders, and a certain rapping dog, but delightfully, some are plucked from the more obscure end of the scale. I'll let you discover those for yourself, and you'll never know where you'll find them either. For example, you'll rescue everyone's favourite tactical espionage action hero from the unfamiliar surroundings of Creamy Canyon, a desert-based land dressed in sprinkles that's a far cry from the steel and snow of Shadow Moses. It's light touches of irony and slapstick humour like this that keep Astro's playful tone going throughout. It really is just a delight from start to finish in this regard. Many of the PlayStation characters appear as short, charming cameos, but a handful play fully fledged supporting roles. I won't spoil who gets the star treatment here, aside from one, the previously revealed Kratos.
Hi, I'm Mark Cernyon. I'm excited to be here to talk about the newest addition to our console lineup, PlayStation 5 Pro, and how it advances gaming technology. But first, I want to take just a minute to look at what we put in the original PlayStation 5 and how it delivers an exceptional gaming experience. When PS5 debuted in 2020, it brought a lot to the table. 8 Zen 2 CPU cores form the brains of PlayStation 5 and enable high-speed complex gameplay, with character counts reaching into the hundreds and frame rates that can be as high as 120 frames a second. PS5 has a powerful RDNA 2 GPU, which can render anything from intricate details to fantastic worlds with vast panoramas to explore. Ray tracing allows for dramatic visual improvements, including reflections off of water or glass, and the realism that comes from real-time global illumination. A custom SSD can load data at breathtaking speed, resulting in ultra-fast transitions between game worlds and data streaming rates so high that traversal speeds are essentially unlimited.
You okay? I'm working on it!
Tempest 3D audio tech brings an unparalleled sense of immersion to the sound of the games. With audio so real, you may not even need to see the enemies to know exactly where they are. Finally, the DualSense controller has haptics that let you feel through your hands what your character is experiencing inside of the game. It's wonderful to see such variety and richness of game experiences. Creators have made amazing use of the hardware capabilities, but when I talk to them, I do hear about their desire for more graphics performance. The dreams of the developers are bigger than can be supported at 60 frames per second, and that leads to an aspect of modern gaming that we're all familiar with: graphics modes. It can be a difficult choice for players. Fidelity modes emphasize the visuals, typically through higher resolution rendering. These modes might also have enhanced detail or use more ray tracing. But the games only run at 30 frames per second. The visuals can be choppier and the controls less responsive. Performance modes emphasize frame rate and interactivity, typically choosing to run at 60 frames per second, mainly by reducing the graphical detail until those frame rates can be achieved. When asked to decide on a mode, players are choosing performance about 3/4 of the time. Removing that decision, or at least narrowing that divide, is one of the key targets for PlayStation 5 Pro. We want to give players the graphics that the game creators aspire to, at the high frame rates that players typically prefer. To do that, PS5 Pro substantially improves over PlayStation 5 in 3 ways. Here's what we call the Big 3. First, we made the GPU much larger and increased the speed of the memory it uses. The result is rendering that's up to 45% faster. Second, we made major upgrades to the ray tracing, taking a streamlined and accelerated approach that allows calculation of the rays at double or even triple the speeds of PlayStation 5. And finally, we added custom hardware for machine learning and an AI library called PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, or PSSR for short. PSSR analyzes the game images pixel by pixel and can add an extraordinary amount of detail, which boosts the effective resolution of the games. Game creators are adding PS5 Pro support to new and existing titles, and with the Big 3 involved, the results can be pretty amazing, with graphics showing something like fidelity levels of detail, but at double the frame rate. Here's The Last of Us Part 2 running on PS5 Pro. It has huge amounts of detail and targets a super smooth 60 frames per second. Let's compare this to the Fidelity mode on PS5, which is only running at 30 frames per second and is therefore much choppier.
Don't stop! We gotta lose.
This goal of delivering almost Fidelity-like graphics at performance frame rates has been achieved for a broad set of titles, including Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. We can see that PS5 Pro is close to doubling the power of PlayStation 5. Another way to compare the two consoles is to look at PS5 Pro versus Performance mode on PS5, both of which target 60 frames per second. What we see here is a difference in detail. PS5 Pro is much sharper and crisper than PS5. For this, my favorite is the parade scene from Ratchet & Clank. Distant details are much clearer. And here we can see Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is noticeably higher resolution throughout the scene, including the trees and procedural cars. So overall, some remarkable improvement to the games. On PS5 Pro, we can see increased sharpness to the graphics or smoother and more responsive gameplay. This is the big three showing their value. As you've been seeing, machine learning via the PSSR library is being used quite broadly to add pixel detail and boost frame rate. But there are as many approaches as there are game engines. The increase in raw GPU power is being especially effective for Horizon Forbidden West. Apart from the detail boost, that extra graphics power is allowing for improvements to lighting and visual effects, as well as to the hair and the skin in cinematics.
Open up, guys. Jorv's orders.
Good enough for me.
Ray tracing is finding broad usage as well, particularly when the games are focused on higher frame rates. The faster hardware in PS5 Pro can make a real difference, allowing Gran Turismo 7 to add ray-traced reflections between the cars in gameplay, while continuing to support their targeted 60 frames per second. That boost in ray tracing is also delivering big wins for Hogwarts Legacy, allowing not only for better reflections and a greater variety of reflective surfaces, but also for further realism in the casting of shadows. I hope you've enjoyed this run-through of the technology behind PlayStation 5 Pro. Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built, and a worthy addition to the PS5 family. Let me wrap this up by giving you a quick look at a number of games running on the new console.
You'll never
Don't let me hanging.
Close your eyes. It'll be worth it.
Okay.
Did I do it? Oh, what is this? What's with all the neon?
To another episode of Beyond. This is a very, very special episode of Beyond because we just got to look at the PS5 Pro. And of course, joining me to talk about it, we got the cast of Beyond. We got Brian, Max, and Jada. How we all doing?
Beyond. Good morning. We got a new PS5. Look at that.
Yes, and it's only $700. and the stand is sold separately, by the way, just in case anyone was wondering. The stand is sold separately. But I want to kind of.
I was worried about that.
Please, let's not. That's fake news, Max. But Yeah, but no, I want us to kind of break down what we saw. Of course, Mark Cernyon, he hit us with like the big three, which I didn't even know that there was a big three, but he talked about the big three. He talked about the PS5 Pro having a larger GPU, 45% faster rendering times, advanced ray tracing, double and sometimes tripling the speed, AI-driven upscaling, which I thought was pretty unique. What were our takeaways from this?
Well, I think my immediate reaction is this is going to be a fantastic console for people who don't own a PS5 yet and haven't played any of those games. The thing that was really missing for me from this presentation was that big new sort of killer app that says you got to buy this thing. Like when the PS5 launched, you know, you had a pretty rounded selection of launch games to go with it to sort of justify jumping from the PS4 to the PS5. Maybe you could trade in your PS4, get a PS5. It was 2020. We were all inside. We had nothing to do. There was a lot of good reasons to get that thing on day one. This is a significantly more expensive version of the console than the one I bought in 2020, which was $400 for the digital version, $500 for the disc-based version. And I saw a lot of really awesome benefits and bells and whistles coming to games that I've beaten already. And I don't know if I want to play those again. I really like what they're doing. I think that the idea of getting rid of the sort of choice between performance and quality is a huge step. Right. And it's obviously the biggest selling point of this console because it always sucks having to do that. But there was nothing here that really said to me, you have to buy this on day one because of this game. It was just stuff I've played already. And I don't know if it's, you know, if I really want to replay all these games all over again and spend $700 to do so.
Yeah, no, that's 1,000% like my opinion too, Brian. Like, you guys know me on this cast. I've played all these games that they've shown. Like I've probably got the platinum in all the ones they showed today. Like it's really tough for me to go back and want to play these games. And yes, they're going to look better. They're going to perform better. I don't see myself, if I get a PS5 Pro, I don't see myself going back for more than a sightseeing tour and maybe taking some more photos in the photo modes for these games. I'm really intrigued to go back to Horizon Forbidden West and check that one out because that game looks fantastic already. The physics with the water and everything in that game looks just amazing. So I'm excited to kind of test that one in it. And maybe like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I need to do a second playthrough of that one still. So like maybe that's one that's like I think that's the only one that they showed. I don't have the platinum. I think that's one that I would go back and revisit on the PS5 Pro, but like it's not this like game-changing thing that they've shown. Like, yes, they said, what was it? I think they said 3/4 or 2/3 of players choose performance over fidelity. That makes sense.
Yeah,
we want those nice frames. We don't want to get in a boss fight and miss a dodge or a parry because of lower frames. And so it's nice to it's gonna be nice to not have to choose as much or have as much of a penalty when you choose performance or fidelity mode, depending on what you prefer. But this is a tough pill to swallow I think for most consumers at that $700 price tag for these. I don't want to say marginal because those percentage increases are nice percentage increases, but for what gamers already get, it's gonna until people see it in action and have it in their hands, I think it's going to look marginal to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I was watching this, you know, on my laptop hooked up to a, you know, fiber internet hardwired thing, and I have it on the highest possible YouTube settings, and I'm still kind of doing like a what's wrong with this picture comparison shot, trying to figure out, you know, where are the actual improvements. Like like Mark Cerny really had to kind of guide our eye to be like, here's where this is really showcasing the power of the PS5 Pro. And it's kind of an Emperor's New Clothes thing, because like, did the trees really look that bad in Spider-Man?
Not really at all. Yeah.
No.
No.
Like, were you upset at the crowd in Ratchet? I didn't even know there was a crowd.
Looking at the crowd, like there's
at the background.
But the other thing that jumped out at me is how many of these games are on PS4. Like, that's the thing. The thing that's holding back next gen is not next gen hardware. It's the fact that people haven't migrated enough. It's the fact that PS4 has such a massive install base that developers aren't really, there's no incentive to push things further. And if anything, as just demonstrated by Concord, pushing the boundaries, trying to make this very polished, incredibly high-tech thing that takes 8 years to develop is a detriment to getting the game out there and getting people playing it. Like, the problem with games is not that they're not pretty enough. The problem is that they're too pretty. The problem is that it takes too much time to make these games. And again, like, you look at the most popular games that are being played on PlayStation, most of them came out in like 2016 or 2017, and they just gotten regular updates. Like,
the most popular currently and for years now have been annualized sports games and shooting games and games as a service games like Fortnite, which people play on their phones. Max, you brought up something that, like, the statistical overwhelming majority of PlayStation users are still playing on PS4. There are more people playing on PS4 than PS5, which asks several questions. One, what will get them to buy a PS5? And two, is it a $700 console? I don't think it is. I think that the reason they're playing on PS4 is because it's getting most of the games that they want. The rest are pretty much going to PC out of a handful of a few of them. Most notably recently, Astro Bot, which is probably my game of the year. Adore that game. At no point in that game did I say, you know, I need to choose between these graphical settings. There aren't enough sprinkles on the ice cream level here. I really need the power of the PS5 Pro for that. I don't want to be cynical about this thing, but I do think it is attempting to solve a problem that in an incorrect way. Like, you need more people to migrate from PS4 to PS5, and I don't think a $700 price tag is what's holding them back.
Again, the PS4 Pro, not to just kind of compare these things left and right, but like the PS4 Pro was an answer to a question that people were asking. Like, people were getting 4K TVs at the time, and you still had a console that was outputting 1080p.
Right.
People wanted higher frame rates. People wanted HDR. That was a literal difference between night and day when you were looking at like the shadows in HDR. They were showing off. I remember they were also they showcased upcoming games when they revealed the PS4 Pro. I think Days Gone was still on the. And they were like, check out how these hordes of zombies look with the PS4 Pro. This is impressive. They didn't show us anything that isn't out yet with this thing, which
that's right.
Yeah.
And
again, that goes back to Sony not having anything. Like, we don't know what's coming out next. Like Wolverine, we haven't seen anything from that. Like,
I
want
to point out a major sticking point here too. The PS4 launched at $399, right? $400 for shorthand. It then dropped by $100 by the time the PS4 Pro came out and launched at $400. So you're looking at a system that when that launched, you had a choice between a $300 entry point into the current generation or $100 more and you got 4K HDR. Right now, we're looking at a situation where the base cost of the PS5 globally has gone up in many territories. It hasn't price dropped. It hasn't gone down. They just raised prices on controllers the other day. They launched the PSVR 2 for $550. So this is now $700, which is $300 more than the PS4 digital that I bought in 2020. That's a huge ask. What made the pill to swallow a little easier for me on the PS4 Pro upgrade was that I traded in my PS4 for a PS4 Pro. I don't remember how much I got for it, but I don't remember spending more than like $150, $200 for it. I think I got a pretty good deal on it because the system had only been 3 years old at the time. PS5 is currently 4 years old, turns 4 in a month or two, and I don't know what I would get if I traded that in towards this thing. I have a feeling I would probably end up paying 300 something bucks out of pocket at the least, maybe 400 bucks out of pocket, right? Who's gonna, like, what are they gonna give me for that thing? So $400 to basically see the crowds in Ratchet. Like, I don't want to be reductive about it, but like, you're right. Like, we didn't see the big next thing that's going to sell people on why they need this. Obviously, it's going to be future-proofed. This console and whatever Xbox does are going to be the definitive place to play Grand Theft Auto 6, right? Arguably the biggest media event of the decade, if assuming it ever comes out. And it's going to add a bunch of bells and whistles to things you already want. But to kind of pull up that point Max talked about earlier, the issue right now is that we have 7 to 8 year long development times for AAA games because we're quite literally forest from the trees. We have to spend years and years making water textures and individual leaves, and then a game like Astro Bot comes out that took just a few years to make and had a small studio. It's the most highly reviewed game of the year. It's likely going to win Game of the Year, or at least be nominated in the top 3. And I think that that's what people are looking for. You know, like you can play Fortnite at max settings on your PC, but most people aren't. Like a lot of people are playing that game on Switch. Nintendo has the best-selling console of this generation, or whatever generation they're in, and they don't even make 4K games officially. 7 years after that system launched, everything they put out is still 1080p. You know, like they're making a Zelda game and a Mario Party game this fall, and no one's like, oh, where are the 4K textures? Like I feel like we're getting a little too lost here, and I feel like Sony is basically saying we want the customers to deal with it and recoup. Like this is for a very small and specific group of people. Now, $700 is a great deal for what this thing can do comparatively when you look at building a gaming PC yourself, right? You're getting a fantastic value there, and I want to stress that. I don't want to undermine that. But you're also getting a walled garden of a console, whereas the flexibility of a gaming PC is that you're going to get a lot of these same games. You're going to have the modular components where you can swap in and out over time. This is going to carry you over until the PlayStation 6, basically. And if that's something that interests you, then sure, get it. But I genuinely don't see this moving the needle for PlayStation. I don't see this moving people off of the PS4 generation. I think they're going to largely look up and be like, I still get my Call of Duties and my Maddens and my FIFAs and my Fortnites and my Apexes, and I'm going to play those over and over and over again until my system explodes.
Oh, back to your earlier point, like the price point is a huge thing. Like one of the things that was exciting about the PS4 Pro was this sense of like oh, just when your launch PS4 was starting to feel like a little bit long in the tooth, a little bit, you know, you're like, oh, that feels like a while ago. And also, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years later, it's like the $400 you spent back then, it kind of feels like you kind of forgot about how much that hurt. And you're like, all right, I'm ready to go back in again. And, you know, you trade in the thing you already have. In this case, like, Sony just made the DualSense more expensive. Like, they're making things more expensive and then announcing a thing that's more expensive, and it's moving the goalposts in the wrong direction, and I just don't see it. I mean, you'd think that this announcement would also come with, hey, a price cut for the base PS5. And people are like, hey, cool, I'll check out the PS5. I don't know if you need a Pro. I'm not really a professional PlayStation player. I'm just more of an amateur. Let me get in on this the ground floor. But, like, yeah, again, there's nothing here that really... This feels like it was for Mark Cernyon. Like, I love the dude. He's brilliant. He's clearly, like, he's a quantifiable genius. And it's, like, really cool to see him get to show off the stuff he's been working on, and I'm fascinated by this. I love to watch like this dude's, you know, GDC talks and stuff like that. He's, you know, he's brilliant, and it's really cool to see technology being pushed. But at the same time, it's kind of like, I mean, I made the comparison on one of our shows that it's like a supercar. You know, it's like a Lamborghini that goes 500 miles an hour, which is cool. Where can you drive a car 500 miles an hour? Who can afford a car that goes 500 miles an hour? How many people can actually safely drive the car 500 miles an hour? You're missing this infrastructure. How many developers can afford to make games that actually take full advantage of this system? And at that point,
I need to point out some more interesting stuff too. And I think some of you are going to be very upset by this listening. That's an all digital console. That is a $700 console that doesn't have a disc drive. So you will need to purchase that separately and add it on if you are a physical game collector, which I know a lot of you are. Me, I'm all digital, so whatever. But a lot of you, especially in this day and age where games are getting delisted and disappearing and need, you know, massive updates and patches and all of a sudden have online modes and all that stuff, you are going to need an add-on for this. So unless you are completely all digital, that $700 price point doesn't even begin to scratch the surface for you. You're going to have to buy an additional thing to you know, slap that beer gut on the side of your PS5 Pro and start from scratch over there. Pre-orders do go live on the 26th, if that's something you're interested in. I'm seeing, you know, a couple more details spin out about this thing, but yeah, you're going to need a disc drive for the PS5 Pro. So on top of that $700 in America, and even more elsewhere, you'll need a disc drive. If that's
Did they announce the hard drive size?
$80 for the slim PS5 disc drive is $80.
Okay, so yeah, you're like, looking at $780 for the PS5 Pro if you have a disc that you would like to play at some point in the next 5 years until PS6 comes out.
Well, look, I'm getting this thing. My Uncle Scrooge McDuck, so I'm definitely going to get this thing. But anyways, I want to talk about something like, look, I think what they should have shown us to kind of justify the price tag is something new. Obviously, I know this isn't a state of play, but they probably should have showed us like something new, like new game footage from one of the upcoming games. But I don't want to dogpile too much. I feel like you all did a great job. I want to talk a little bit positively about this thing, about this PS5 Pro. Again, I'm looking at this from the standpoint of like someone who's like super excited for Grand Theft Auto 6, which is coming out next year, and I feel like we're really going to see this thing shine. We're really going to see that game shine on the PS5 Pro next year, and all the other games that are coming out next year. I think that's essentially why this is dropping in November. Obviously, that price tag is definitely what, again, a lot of people are gonna. I mean, like $700 is a lot of money, and like how much did I pay for the PSVR 2? And we see, how happy I am with that piece of hardware. So. Yeah.
2 on the blog.
Oh, that's cool.
Which is that's a sizable improvement. That is substantial. That feels like, and again, like SSD. Storage space is not cheap, so that kind of takes a little bit of the burn off of that price tag. Again, still, it's just, yeah,
it's another thing I will say is to the testament of the PS5, even the base model. If you remember back the PS4 base models, when we were hearing about the PS4 Pros, the PS4 base models were sounding like jet engines. They were getting really loud, overheating. There's a lot of those issues. And so that was another reason for us to another incentive for us to upgrade to a PS4 Pro. The PS5 base model doesn't generally have that issue. I've heard some people's PlayStation 5s are a little bit louder. I don't know if the PS5 Pro is going to solve any of that, but that was one of the other things we had last generation's upgrade had for it. This one I don't think needs that type of benefit. But to Akeem's point about some positive things, they're ray tracing. They talked a lot about ray tracing. And while I'm not the biggest fan of ray tracing, it's not like and when I say biggest fan, it's not an essential thing that I consider when I'm picking up a game. Like, this ray tracing is going to make this game so much better. I'm going to have 10% more fun. It doesn't work that way. It's just like, oh, this is going to look great. And there is a good library of PS5 games that use ray tracing. Things like Gran Turismo 7, Hitman 3, they showed Hogwarts Legacy, there's Resident Evil 7, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. There's a lot of great games that have that ray tracing that really benefit from it. So getting a more improved ray tracing and having more access to more games is going to be seen as a improvement for those who do decide to pick up the Pro.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I don't know if the audience that considers ray tracing the end-all, be-all, best thing to come to gaming is a big enough audience to justify the bigger price and such.
Who was waiting?
I think it's a great addition.
Who was waiting to play these games? Like, they show Hogwarts. That was the best-selling game of last year. Like, The Last of Us 1 and 2 are phenomenal titles. 2 of the greatest video game stories ever made. I love them dearly. I never want to see them again. Like, I've played those games. I've enjoyed them. I've beaten them. Spider-Man 2 was a blast. It was awesome. It sold really well. I don't need to play that game again. Like, who is looking at this and saying like, oh wow, I've never heard of any of these titles before? Like, almost all of these games were like hit best-selling games. They were either the best-selling games of the month they were released or the best-selling games of the years they were released. Like,
this is the sizzle that you should show alongside a price cut announcement. This is the kind of thing we used to get when they're like, hey, it's the PS4 Slim coming out this holiday season for $299 or whatever it was. Like,
Is that what Apple does? I feel like Apple does that, don't they? Like when they show a new iPhone, then they cut the previous phone down.
Price on the old one.
Yeah. Like, that should have been something that we should have seen.
And that's like, I think that by and large, and we can probably all agree here, that the mid-gen console refresh ideology, right, which is something that largely started last generation, unless you want to count stuff like the N64 expansion pack, which came bundled with Donkey Kong 64. It was largely to basically split the fan base into people who really, really care about next generation graphics, and also at the same time service an audience who hasn't come into the building yet, right? And like you just nailed it, Akeem, like that is an idea that was basically taken from Apple and mobile phone companies in general, being like, we're going to put out a more powerful one every single year, right? They just announced the iPhone 16 yesterday. I didn't even bother looking at it because I was just like, my 15 Pro Max is awesome. I'll look at this when I need to see it. Nothing really was like, you have to get this. But at the same time, they dropped the price on older models. You can get into the Apple or Android sort of, space if you want to at any entry point. Whereas on PlayStation, like there's a PS5, there's a PS5 Pro, and those have 2 locked price points. Like I said before, they literally just raised the price of the PS5 in Japan because of taxes and all this other nonsense. They raised the price over there. That was preceding this announcement, where they announced the most expensive consumer-based console ever made that also doesn't come with a disc drive. Like I'm sorry, like I'm kind of flabbergasted by this. This thing with a disc drive and taxes costs double the price of the PS4 cost. Like just about. Like that's insane. And say you want a second controller to go with it, they just hiked the price on that too. What are we doing here?
I mean, the PS3, remember the PS3 debacle? There was so much issue with launch PS3s and their high price points. And we thought Sony learned from those higher price points after that PS3 era when they came out with the PS4 at a lower price point. And then the PS5 came out at that, right around that same range of a better price point for consumers. And now we're just kind of back at that point.
No, it's a pendulum swing. Like it's this sort of hubris where like the PS3, the backlash to that kind of humbled them, and then PS4 they came back swinging, and then that put them on top. And then this gen they're doing well, they're selling just fine, but I feel like in a way that's kind of not really benefiting anybody. Again, it's just someone pointed out yesterday was the anniversary of the Dreamcast release. And I'm just like, oh yeah, that really expensive thing that came out kind of mid-console generation and was like, too powerful for the time and not powerful enough for the next time, and somewhere in the middle, and just, a lot of people loved it. Again, that was also trying new things. Going back to the phone comparison, there was that point where like when Apple would announce a new iPhone, people would be like, oh, I got to get this thing. And like that time has long since passed. Like I feel like most people, and again, part of that is because the tech kind of ran out of places to go. Like you're kind of like, how many more megapixels can you actually add in a way that makes it impressive? How many more, features can you add without completely leaving everybody with earlier models behind, but also making something that people want? And like, we're kind of there with the consoles too. And it's this whole thing just kind of feels like a monkey wrench, because now like developers are going to be pressured to make their games really sing on the PS5 Pro, which is more time and resources taking away from just making the games. And I don't know who this is for. I don't know who this device is for.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honestly, I definitely want to see the numbers once this hits market to see how many people actually pick this up, because I think we were. Weren't we surprised or shocked by how many like units the was it the PS Portal sold? I mean that did well for Sony.
That did very well for Sony. I don't know if we know actual numbers, but I think it like exceeded expectations, right? But that I don't know what expectations were, so it's hard to say. I do think
1 unit sold.
1 unit sold, and we did it, guys. We sold 5. No, and I think that that's a cool device, and it serves a very specific purpose. It can only do one thing, as the ads say. I do remember reading that the PS4 Pro, and we never officially got numbers, but I think through some like back channels we sort of did, sold around 14 million units, which is like roughly on par with the Nintendo Wii U, basically, right? Like it's pretty solid. It's a decent addition to what the base model PS4 bought, but a lot of those people just didn't really migrate. They didn't really migrate, and like they suffered when they tried to play games like Cyberpunk on them at launch, a game that never should have come to last gen. But when a bunch of cross-gen games did launch day and date on PS4 and PS5 at the same time, a lot of them said, oh, cool, I don't need to migrate over just yet. Or Sony's new business model, which is, hey, we're not going to just go cross-gen, we're also going to put our games on PC. Now, with a handful of games, right, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Astro Bot, which is literally built around putting together a launch model PS5, which I guess that'll need a patch now, there's not, and Returnal, obviously, Demon Souls, there's a handful of really awesome games that are locked specifically and exclusively to PS5. And yes, I guess they'll benefit from this thing, but I just don't see the average consumer sitting there going, what's stopping me from jumping into next gen is having to make that decision between, you know, quality and performance. I just can't deal with it. That's why I'm stuck on my launch model PS4 from 2014. Like, I just listen and look. There's going to be a very loud and vocal and significant majority of you listening right now that are probably going to be like, you know, Brian, you're being a hater. Like you're, you know, I'm going to love this thing. I don't want to take that excitement from you. The tech in this thing looks incredible. It looks awesome. And I think you're going to be future-proofing yourself on AAA titles for the rest of this generation. And if you can get a good deal trading in your base model PS5 and you can get this, I don't want to take that excitement from you. I'm one of those idiots that like trades in my phone every year or two to get the newer one because of the slight bump in megapixels and other BS, right? But I don't see this moving the needle for the average game fan right now. I don't see this moving the needle for the average consumer who globally is feeling the pain in their wallet and purse, right? Like it is incredibly expensive to go anywhere and do anything right now. And so I just don't really see the average person saying, hey, I could buy 10 games for the price of this thing at $70 a pop.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brian, what game are you looking forward to most from what PlayStation 5 exclusive title are you most anticipating?
I don't know. I mean, I just adored Astro Bot, and again, like at no point during that game was I like, God, this thing's ugly.
No, I mean it's a trick question. Like, what are the PS5 exclusives we know about?
I mean, I want a controller
Wolverine?
with better battery life.
We're waiting on
like,
Wolverine.
We've seen a CG trailer. They haven't shown anything that benefits from this. So Sony's job right now, I mean, their job is to make, you know, electronics for a global corporation, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But they need to come out swinging next year and really justify why this thing exists.
Yeah.
Like, if we don't see, if the stuff if they don't come out with like a library of games that is really taking advantage of a $700 console, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Why would like, again, Sony at its core is a electronics company. Their goal is to make electronics. They make consumer electronics. They've been making, you know, stereo systems and Walkmans and rice cookers since the end of World War II. Like, they've been around for a while. That's their entire MO. Meanwhile, you look at Microsoft. They are a software company. They make software. They make operating systems. You look at Nintendo. They're a toy company. They're a game company. And you see these corporations kind of lean in those various directions, and they have these habits. And in this case, it just really feels like, you know, this is a high-end stereo component, but like, it's not. There's the scene in Boogie Nights where, you know, Don Cheadle is working at the hi-fi stereo and he's trying to sell people on why they really need like a new hi-fi system with the subwoofer that makes you want a freaky deaky. And the people are like, yeah, I just don't hear it, man. It's not really moving the needle for me. And that's kind of where we're at. Like, it's just it's escalation. It's you know, you're just trying to sell the next big thing, and like, that's definitely appeals to some people. And it's gonna be like, if you have a choice of buying a new console right now or this fall, I guess, weird time to buy a new console, but this is going to be the one that future proofs you the most until they announce the next thing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, how many of the games that we saw today are currently on PC?
Quite a bit.
95% of them?
Yeah.
Right?
For the most part.
And
yeah.
so if you truly deeply care about playing these games at the best possible settings humanly possible and imaginable, while also owning a modular box, which admittedly is going to be way more expensive to build than a PS5 Pro. I want to make that abundantly clear. If you build a PC with these specs, it will cost you more. But you will have access to a massive library of games from the last few decades and not a walled garden. You will have access to mods. You will have access to emulation. You will have access to Steam, you know, and GOG and the Epic Game Store and a million other things. And like, I'm a console guy. I like to sit down at the end of the day and turn on my little box and hold my controller and not have to worry about any of it, right? I just want to play games. I have gaming PCs. I enjoy playing games on those too, but I like, at the end of the day, I like to play console games. But if you really truly care about playing these games at the best possible settings, like, you're probably going to build the PC, and in a few years in, you're going to swap out the cooling system and the graphics cards and all the other stuff, right? You're going to add more RAM. Like, all of that stuff that's the way PC players build. Like, they have a box, it's modular, they swap parts in and out, and they spend that kind of money every couple of years, rather than just like trading in a console they bought and getting a new one. And most of the games we saw today, God of War, Ghost of Tsushima, you know, Hogwarts, all that stuff, are all on PC, where they sold incredibly well. where you can play them and you can add mods and you can do whatever you want. And so I struggle to really find exactly where this is going for Sony without knowing what they're working on next. And we've all said it, and I will say it again. We have not seen Ghost of Tsushima 2. We have not seen The Last of Us Part 3. We don't know what Santa Monica's working on after God of War Ragnarok released. We know Wolverine's coming, right? But like we haven't seen it in ages outside of leaks. So instead we're forced to just look at these same 6 games over and over and over again that have been released and re-released and remastered and remade. And where the F is Bloodborne? That would have really done it for me today. That really would have got me to go like,
I was waiting for you to bring the Bloodborne into the conversation.
I mean,
Brian.
We're 40 minutes into this, and we haven't said the B word yet. Where is Bloodborne? Where's the 60 FPS Bloodborne? There are people that have gotten that running on PC this week. Like I'm tracking that whole community. I'm tracking that whole scene. I'm fascinated by it, and you know, the fans are going to have to do what Sony isn't doing. Instead of taking a beloved video game from almost a decade ago that's locked at sub 30 FPS and 720 1080p or whatever it is with screen tearing, dithering and all this other garbage, they haven't shown us that. They just show me the stupid crowd in Ratchet and Clank that I don't even remember being in that game.
So speaking of crowds, I've been like watching chat I've been watching chat throughout the stream, and you know, there are a lot of people that are agreeing with our sentiments, but there's also a decent portion that are like, I'm that target market. I'm the person that this is for. I don't care. I'm going to spend the money. I want that best performance. And that's great. And like Brian was saying, like, we don't want to rain on your parade. We want you to enjoy what you want to enjoy, spend your money how you want to spend it, and if this is the choice for you, go for it. I also took a look at, we ran a Twitter poll. We're running a Twitter poll right now, so you can go to IGN's Twitter and vote there to make your voices heard, chat. But right now it's like 83% that are not interested in this PS5 vote. Granted, it's still early. The poll's only been open for an hour. That may swing a little bit, but it's at something like 10,000 votes right now, which is very small sample size. So I will couch it in that. But you know, 8,000 of those 10,000 people just aren't hearing it. And I really want this PS5 Pro, but I can't want it more than Sony wants me to have it.
Right.
You know, and it's I need, like we're saying, we need the games. We need to see what's coming.
What's it for? It's for playing games. What are these games? These are games we already played. Like, it does feel like one hand doesn't know what the other one's doing, and like the hardware department is like clearly ready to come out and be like, hey, check it out, we made this cool thing. And Sony has games in the works. We know that. We don't know how many of them have been canceled following recent live service game debacles, but there are things in the works. There are things cooking. And there's a stretch there where Sony would come out at E3 and they'd be like, check it out, here's what we got in the works. And they would show all these cool things. They'd show us all these awesome, you know, sizzle trailers, logo reveals, stuff like that. And then we would spend 3-4 years being like, where is it? Where's Spider-Man? We all stand out like J. Jonah Jameson. We're like, bring me pictures of Spider-Man. Don't show me that wall crawler. And like, we're at this point where like we know that Wolverine's coming. We know that GTA 6 is coming. Those are both going to be like, those are games I will play in a heartbeat. Fantastic. Those are both, I'm sold. Nope, no questions asked. But again, put a picture of Wolverine next to the new PlayStation. Get a single side-by-side screenshot from Rockstar. Rockstar is totally just like over there eating popcorn, being like, we're fine, we're cool. People are going to buy this on everything. They don't have to worry about a damn thing. But it would be nice if, I don't know, somebody drove a dump truck up to money of somebody else's house and got some studios on board, got something to be excited about. Because right now it's when you're like, check out what Hogwarts Legacy looks like. Okay, and that's on Switch, dude.
Like, Borderlands 3, they're showing like Borderlands 3. It's like these games aren't. I don't even think they chose the best like technical marvels to show this off. I don't remember. I might have missed it, but I don't remember seeing any GT7, one of the like most graphically impressive games on the PS5, that would have sung with showing some of this ray tracing stuff.
They showed like, some Gran Turismo 7 in there.
Did they show some?
Yeah.
Did they show some GT7? I just missed it. Okay.
Again, GT7.
They showed
it's on
Star
PS4.
Wars Jedi Survivor. And Max,
Star
to
Wars
your
Jedi
point,
Survivor is coming to PS4. Like
it just got it's getting a last gen port, and the issues with that game weren't ray tracing. It was that it was sort of a technical mess at launch, and they spent some time fixing it and cleaning it up. But like that wasn't the issue. Star Wars Outlaws, which is a game I love, right? I had to choose between performance and graphics on that game too. That game's getting patched because the stealth sequences in the beginning are too tough. Like
just like pass fail. Like
Yeah.
they're too binary.
Exactly.
Not like too
And-
tough, but they're too binary, and that's just an issue.
This won't fix that. I want to point out, IGN just tweeted this out. They said the PS5 Pro is quite a bit more expensive in the UK than it is in the US. So for $700 in the US, that is a conversion rate of $914.35 in the UK. And again, no disk drive. So with a disk drive, you're looking at $1,000. And I know that in the UK, they save a lot of money by not seasoning their food ever. And that's okay. You guys save hundreds of dollars a year by not buying paprika or garlic powder, salt, black pepper, all those things. But still, that's a lot of money, and I feel for you guys.
So we're fortunate enough to be doing this live right now. So we have chat going, and like Jada said, there are a lot of people that are sharing our sentiments. We're just being we're being I wouldn't say hypercritical of it, because I'm looking at these comments, and there's one commenter here. Betray says you can get a 4070 Super for $520 right now. You can stick with that with an older system and get PS5 Pro graphics today and a way bigger games catalog, which is true. Like you can build a PC right now for that amount of money, like a pretty decent PC for $700 if you source the parts right. So it's like, I feel like that right there, the price tag more than anything else is what's going to turn people off, because if you are not already bought or sold into the PS5 as a console, because like maybe you're waiting for a price break, seeing $700 and the PS5 is still like, is that still $500, I believe?
Still or $550 in Japan.
Yeah, like you're still gonna like probably hold off, and you're looking at the life cycle. You're like, all right, how many years are we into the PS5? Maybe the PS6 is gonna come out at some point, maybe a year or 2 years from now. Let me keep holding off, because like maybe you're a casual gamer, or maybe you're a PC gamer, so you're not like huge into consoles right now. So I don't know. I like that's why like Cerny didn't like. Okay, when you watch an Apple presentation, they show you the price of the new phones, and they're still on that stage. They drop what we're seeing, this screen, and then that was the end of it. No one said anything, like, because they knew people. If there was a live audience watching this presentation, this technical presentation, we would have been like breaking our phones and like throwing paper in the air, like what 700? We would have been so upset seeing that in a crowd.
Can we show that promotional image again? Because I just want to point out they did it. They hid it so you don't see that there's no disk drive, which again you'll need separately. And the vertical stand, it's standing up in this picture. If you don't buy that thing, it's just going to be sleeping on its side.
It'll still stand without the stand, though, right? It could still stand.
But again, like, okay, let's talk about the PSVR 2 real quick, which I know Sony hasn't done in 2 years. The PSVR 2 launched at $550, which is incredibly expensive for a virtual reality hat, but comparatively to the power and the tech you would get in competing devices, a good deal. But something is only worth, in video game land, the software you can play on it. And they did not do a good enough job today of showing the audience, showing the user base that there is a compelling enough reason to purchase this thing. They just victory lapped on stuff we've all played already that we had no problem looking at the time. A lot of those games I played on PS4. Like, I don't care. I played a Ghost of Tsushima and The Last of Us Part 2 on PS4. They were two of the best looking games ever made. They saved my mental health during the pandemic. Like, I loved those games so much, and at no point was I like, this ugly piece of garbage. They did not show the roadmap for the future. They showed a bunch of games that we played and beaten already, and they showed a price tag that's one of the biggest sticker shocks I've ever seen since covering this industry for the last 15 years. And at no point do I think the average consumer is going to look at that thing and go, you sold me on it. You showed me this low bit rate live stream at 7 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning with a very lovely scientist man who comes out with the energy of the guy that no one listens to at the beginning of an apocalypse movie. And he tried to show us these low quality videos of slightly more leaves on the trees and slightly more people in the crowd at Ratchet and Clank.
The game that lets the PS5 Pro, you'll finally be able to see the forest for the trees thanks to enhanced AI-driven ray tracing.
Man, and I'm looking at Twitter right now, and the average consumer is just like, what are they doing? What is this? What is happening this generation? Mm-hmm. This is a company that in the last 8 days shut down a $250 million 8-year in development live service game because it couldn't attract
Not 8 years, but continue.
Yeah, couldn't attract enough people to the new casino, right? And at the same time put out a 9 to 14 hour single player hop and bop platforming lovely collectathon made by a small team that at no point really needs any of the bells and whistles. The only thing I really needed playing that game was a controller with better battery life, because you could hear it dying every time it rained in that game and it fell on a little robot's head and my controller started vibrating. That's the stuff I want. Yeah. No one needs this.
The extra the extra price tag. You also have to remember a large chunk of the audience that Sony is trying to bring into the PlayStation family with games like Astro and trying to capitalize on this younger demographic. Those consoles are going to be bought by parents during holiday times. The consoles launching during holiday times. The parents that are informed and know about the differences between the PS5 and PS5 Pro, they're already going to have a PlayStation in the household.
Yes.
They may be the ones that are well off and can afford to go ahead and just buy an additional console for the house. They're going to do that. They're going to be like, cool, I'll get the PS5 Pro and I'll give the regular PS5 to my child.
Yeah.
However, the kids that are coming of age and their parents are like, I'm going to get my kid a PS5 this year. They've been great in school. They've been doing everything they need to do. I'm going to get them a PS5. They're going to go to the store and they're going to be like, do I get a regular PS5 or do I get a PS5 Pro? What's the difference? It's like, oh, this one looks a little bit better. Is that worth the extra $200-300 that is going to that parent? Most likely not.
If I picked up my kid from first grade today and the teacher said, your kid is so good, she's like Matilda levels of reading, we want to jump her straight to college, I would be undeniably prouder of her than I've ever been of anyone in my entire life, and I still wouldn't spend $700 on buying her a video game system. Because I'm a parent, and that's a lot of money, and there's a lot of things you can get with that. And to your point, Jada, what they should be doing this fall is launching a $350 bundle that comes with the launch model PS5 and Astro Bot. So you can put it underneath your Christmas tree, right? So you can get it for your kids for the holidays. It's why Nintendo every single year goes, here's the Switch with Mario Kart again and again and again, and it just becomes the best-selling console all the time. Like, get people get people into the entry point, make them PlayStation fans for life. $700 is how you keep people from being $700 PlayStation fans forever, right? They're going to stay outside of that wall forever. They're not going to come in. You need to get new people in. You need to get new generations in. You're going to have an entire...
What's funny is on the press release for this, they say it includes a copy of Astro's Playroom.
Oh, come on. Most people don't even know that's on their system.
You can just if you charge people $700 for a console, maybe just include the thing you just put out. Just put the new one on there. That would be just again, like, I want that game to sell. I want people to go out and buy it. But also, if you're going to charge, I feel like that's gotta be something you could maybe just drag and drop it on there. Be like, oh, and play the brand new Astro game. It comes preloaded on this new system. Not the one that came out 4 years ago.
Yeah. It's crazy. And I know, like, I don't think PlayStation generally does bundles when they launch a refresh, like an actual refresh console. I don't remember them doing bundles with the PS4 Pro or the PS3 Slim / PS3 Pro that they did. But there's always a first for anything. And when you're starting to raise the price on the console mid-generation, like, maybe you need to look into what the consumer is going to look at when they're buying this and help them see the value in this. Because looking at a box and seeing a bunch of numbers and like abilities that this console can do isn't for those that are financially concerned about spending this amount of money, that is not a benefit to them. That the benefit is, what all can I get for this $700?
Yep.
Oh, cool. I get a game with it. Oh, cool. I get it. It comes with a second controller. Oh, cool. It comes with a headset. I'm not saying for Sony to include all of those things, but one of those things, pick one, Sony. And I think this becomes a much easier pill to swallow for those fans that are on the fence about spending this exorbitant amount of money on a console.
Yes. Yes.
You know what? Now that we know what the PS5 Pro looks like, I'm kind of curious. Do you think there's going to be like some DLC of it for Astro Bot? Like we can make that spaceship look like the PS. I want those stripes on the sides.
I would hope that it
game
would recognize which console you're playing on, and it would just automatically update. I would hope that would be the case, but I don't think that is going to be the thing.
I mean, the whole no spoilers, but like there's an entire sequence towards the end where you and all the bots you collected are on the top of a PS5, and they'd be all tripping over the grooves in there and all that. You know, like
it's messing with the level design, Brian.
Which
it's gonna mess with the level design.
if we were to write a top 100 list, which we're very prone to do at IGN, of why this PS5 Pro is a bad idea, the bots tripping over the grooves in Astro is pretty low, right?
Well,
but still,
they we were talking about this before. There was the leaked image someone put out that had three stripes on it, and like the actual thing you could see it has 3 little vents, and we were going back and forth of like, can they legally have 3 stripes on it without Adidas suing them? Like that's their brand. That's the brand with the 3 stripes. But I'm also looking at it and I'm like, if they don't do a Wolverine bundle that's bright yellow and blue in the middle, I'm gonna be so mad.
Great news, they won't.
It looks like Wolverine just went and scratched the thing up. It's got stripes on the side of it, like Wolverine. Just what?
I don't know. You already know a third party's going to do that,
pulled.
though. Like, I mean, you could just. I'm assuming those plates can pop off just like the original PS5.
The Slim. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the play. That's the play, guys. You want your console to look like Wolverine, you're going to have to spend $700 so you can get the Wolverine special faceplates that blend perfectly into the little stripes.
I like how sometimes we come out here, we're like, here's some valid criticism and feedback, and other times we just shout stuff a third grader would say in 1996. Just why doesn't it look like Wolverine? I want to see what it looks like side by side with the base model, because we got that little unofficial slim version. They shrunk it down a tiny bit, and then now it's bigger again. And I'm like, how like what does this look like? what is the size of this thing?
One of you brought up the PS3 price reveal, $599 US. That was, I mean, one of the earliest like internet video game memes I remember just blowing up. It's been a long time since I think I've witnessed a moment like that happening again in this industry, and today was it. I think that this was there, and it's, we get it. We get it every couple of years. We get that cocky Sony comes back, right? The PS4 generation historically was defined at E3 when, they in contrast to what Xbox had shown with Don Matrick and the always online and the games locked to a blah blah, you can't give somebody else, had what looked, a very crude shot on a phone example of here's how you share games on PS4, right? And it was handing a game to another person, then you go thanks, right? They won E3 that year. They won the generation because of it, and because of winning that generation where people built up digital libraries for the first time, you could probably argue that carried them into this generation as well, right? A series of baffling, decisions across the board on the other companies have led to other places where we are right now. But to me, this is their return. This is their 4K, 60 FPS, ray traced, no decision between performance and quality mode remaster of the PS3 price reveal. This is their $599 US moment, rebuilt and restored for 2024 for all to enjoy. We're back.
How many will enjoy this, though? That's the question come November 7th. I mean, obviously, we here at IGN, we're probably gonna do a lot of comparisons to the Pro and the PS, the base, the original. But yeah, I mean, I guess the verdict is, I don't want to decide for everyone here. What is the verdict? Like, Max, are you gonna get this? Are you thinking about getting it for the second room, the spare room that you have? I've never been to your house, so I don't know if you have a spare room.
I mean, I'm in the spare room right now. It's full of crap. It's where I do the videos and stuff. But no, I don't know. Like maybe at some point maybe I'll jump on this thing. Like again, if the prospect of a price cut ever happens, maybe. But like also right now, why? What's the purpose? Like again, Wolverine gets me excited. GTA 6 gets me excited. Those are a long ways off. I really hope that, I mean, TGS is in a couple of weeks. It seems like a pretty cool opportunity for Sony to come out and be like, hey, we're actually making some new games. Check them out. And get people excited about what 2025 looks like. One of the things we were going to talk about on this episode, if we hadn't just gone so hard on the PS5 Pro, was how last year it was hard to pick one game of the year because there were so many big, huge, massive games. And this year it's been kind of dry. There've been some cool games here and there, but none of them really feel like, you know, quantifiable, you know, capital GOTY games of the year. And I'm hoping 2025 is a big one. Like I'm hoping that Sony has some stuff to show off besides maybe Wolverine, and then, you know, GTA 6. Like GTA 6 is going to suck all the air out of the room, and that's going to dominate the conversation. That's going to be a killer game. I'd like to play another game besides that. You know, probably there's probably going to be, you know, at least 6 months between the ball dropping on New Year's and that game coming out. Probably more than that. So, be cool to know what is actually on the horizon, besides Lego Horizon, which is coming to Switch.
Yes, it is.
Favorite PlayStation game is this year's hottest Switch title. I don't know what you're doing.
You know what?
I mean, I love video games. I want to play them at their best. You know, I'm not exactly like a huge snob about graphics. I love the idea of the games I own looking better. I don't love the idea of me trading in my launch model PS5 and then spending that exact same money over again. Because I can tell you right now, I feel like it's going to be bare minimum $400 for me if I traded this. If I traded in my launch model PS5, which is an all digital that I bought for $400 in 2020, I'll probably get $300 tops back for it, right? Maybe. And I'll have to spend $400 again on this. Will I do it? I don't know. I'm stupid, and I've made dumb decisions with money for most of my adult life, and this is a hobby and a passion for me. So we'll see. But I just don't, right now, I don't see a reason to buy this, and I especially don't see a reason to buy this in November when there's really nothing coming from Sony day and date that says this is why you need this. They have showed us like reheated leftovers for the 5th or 6th time now for some of these games, and I'm good, man. Like I just don't see the average person walking into a store and saying I need this because I need to play a bunch of games that are still on last gen with the best graphics possible.
Yeah, well, I mean,
so
Jade, I'm assuming you're on the same boat as I guess the rest of us here, right? Like
so yes and no. So I may end up picking this up, and like I am against this price point. I'm against a lot of the things, but for me, because a lot of my job personally deals with playing games for work and sometimes capturing stuff for work, being able to capture it in the best way, shape, and form, I can justify it as some sort of a work expense for me type of thing, to where I may be able to, like, that's my justification for it. As a pure consumer, probably not. But because of my job duties, sometimes it may make it justifiable. There is also, you know, like Brian was saying, we want something else, or maybe it was Max, one of you guys were saying, we want something more than GTA 6. There are some good third-party stuff that we have coming out next year that's going to make great use of this PS5 Pro. Monster Hunter Wilds is probably one of my Game of the Year choices for next year. Cannot wait for that game. There's also Dynasty Warriors Origins, I believe is the subhead for that one. That one looks great, and I feel like that's going to be a fantastic use of the PS5 Pro. So, but also to Max and Brian's point, like, where's the first-party stuff showing this? We can't rely completely on third-party stuff to sell us on this next generation of the console. But I'm on the fence right now. I'm 50-50 if I'm going to take the plunge.
You're one of the rare people who can actually like genuinely take advantage of that Pro subhead. The fact that it is called a PlayStation Pro, professional as in work, but play. Yeah. But what is it? What again? Like if you do, you know, gameplay capture of just absolutely kicking ass in the RE4 shooting gallery, or just mopping the floor, or you know, desperately attempting to platinum Concord before it gets shut off. Like you have a valid reason to be playing on the best possible hardware, but most people that's not the case.
Yeah.
Well, Whenever we're ready, I do have some additional news and stats that just came out on this thing too.
Well, we got to wrap soon. I'm being told, and so there's a little man in my ear who's telling me to wrap. What are these stats that you're looking at?
Real quick, Wario64 via CNET, paraphrasing, PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution will work on PSVR 2. 40 to 50 games with PS5 Pro upgrades at launch, focusing on 4K 60 FPS. And 25% of PS5 owners own 120 FPS capable TVs. Around 1 in 10 players have variable refresh rate TVs. So not even many people have TVs that will truly take advantage of this tech. So I don't think we're there yet. And I think the price sucks.
I mean, even with like the PS5, going up to 8K, how many people have 8K televisions? We've talked about this before, I mean, I know one guy in LA that has an 8K television, and he never invites me over.
Has he played The Last of Us?
I don't know what he plays. Like I said, he never invites me over, so I don't even think the television exists in his house. But Max, Brian, Jade, I want to thank you all so much for joining me on this very special episode of Beyond. I think we covered a lot. And by a lot, I mean one topic, which I think was pretty awesome. So, yeah. So thank you all thank you all so much for watching this episode of Beyond, and we will catch you all in the next one. Beyond.
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 Love you all.
Look at me in this lonely studio.
690.